Hello again, and welcome back. Now you might be wondering why I didn't stream rather on Sunday. It's because I got called in to commentate some Street vs 6 over on the Salt Mine League channel. I hope you can forgive me. But today we're back, finally, to keep playing The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Where we left off after discovering the secret of our neighbor in this ship, I guess, on the SS Buria. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. And also, you know, our best friend was killed, and people think we did it. It's an entire mess. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. Right, yeah, we wanted to see what was in that lady's suitcase, because it was moving, but we were not allowed. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine... Oh, by the way, I've had a day. I have had a day! But I won't tell you about it unless somebody asks. Huh. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Well, you know, he did say that he would, you know, put them back. It keeps the things that we've already examined from the last chapter, I guess. That's nice. So we don't have to retread stuff like that. I really wish we'd had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Hmm? Maybe you want me to throw you out again? Hmm? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter, understand? I understand. Okay, so I think he likes us. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruto-san. You never know. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. We've had that talk before, I think. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Osanaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. But where do we find him? Oops, wrong button. We can't just go this way, can we? I guess he could be inside our cabin. That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. But she's been so chummy with us, you know, and recently that surely she doesn't think we're the murderer anymore. That book on top of the table there really is huge. There's a pen with it, too. Let's write something down. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? Will we be allowed? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Oh, by the way, in about an hour from now, a little before that, I guess, I'm gonna have to, you know, make a call real quick. Shouldn't take long. So if you suddenly hear an alarm go off, that's that's the alarm I set to remind me to make that call. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Yeah, I think we've read that one too before. Alright, I mean, I don't think we can go there. We shall never be able to enter the other cabin with seamen strong enough in the way. Yeah, we can't. Hosonaga, are you there? It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruto-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was out going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. I don't see him. Let's talk to him first. You, where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later I will roll him into a ball and throw him in cold room. That doesn't sound very nice. Why did we have to set him out like that? We always come back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That's his own store, though, in a way. That could be a very long time from now, Naruto-san. True, also. This trip is a long one. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. 1:23 AM, I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 AM, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruto-san. We will. Ah, there he is. I still feel like we should be able to examine this. Doesn't look like there's grease on it, maybe that's just the lighting. Anyway, hey buddy, you don't look hurt at all. Cool look you got there that you intentionally got because you like it, right? Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Hosonaga, I'm sorry. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh? I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. Oh. I think his name was something like Herr Holmes. Sherlock, whatever. Herr Holmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. Great detective. Oh, Mr. Holmes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? Ah, that's shoe polish? Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Holmes know that it's shoe polish? He's got a nose for it, I guess. That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red then? Yes, a little like the color of the red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Huh. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as he scuffed on the floor? As they scuffed on the floor? What? Nikolina Pavlova. She's in the cabin next door. Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know the graceful angel? Who's a ballet fan? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. Well, maybe. Maybe not. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, no, I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There's one thing. Oh, tell me about it. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. New information. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. Oh, some kind of letter? Some message? The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report. Maybe it's an actual autopsy this time. Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no traces of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. While the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain, a strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Thank you. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Oh, Sonaga, my bro, Sonaga. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. Come on, Susato, you trust me too, right? Post-mortem report has been entered. Let's look at it. Wait, let me look at it. That's really all I can tell you about this at this stage. But I got things to look at. I guess I'll check this too, just in case. I didn't think there'd be anything else to see. Victim, male, Far Eastern. Time of death, sometime between 1 AM and a little past 2 AM. Okay, that's pretty specific. Like, not the exact thing, but between 1 AM and a little past 2 AM? Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. Of course, from the previous case, we know that could just be a poison that they didn't find, didn't recognize, but I feel like they wouldn't do that twice in a row, right? I should return to my post. My fellow crewmate's eyes are boring. A crewman's eyes a boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were as friends. We share the pain together. The truth is, I seem to have had a very heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. Maybe the poison, the food that put us to sleep, which I just assume it was a thing, but hasn't been confirmed yet. Maybe that wasn't just directed as Kazuma-san, at Kazuma-san, but at multiple people, maybe at almost everyone. My head's still throbbing too. So it's clear that these letters were written in the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor. And they spell the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. Exactly. Which begs the question of who did write it. But somebody who knows Russian, at least. Or at least a little bit of Russian. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged in the shelf. Still don't know why why they're arranged like that, though, with the gap and the different ones in the different rows. What the reasoning there is. But whatever. They were all over the place when you first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look over after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But in reality, it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. You can't relax when things are untidy. I can. So, with the notebook outside, and, not just our books, but the neighboring books being knocked over, I'm pretty sure there must have been an impact. And now that we know he has a throbbing head too, and we can maybe assume that we were asleep so soundly because of some kind of drug, some kind of poison, induced by the food that Kazuma gave us instead of eating himself because he doesn't like chicken. There might have been a plan to put everyone except a select few to sleep, and then do something that would maybe lead to an impact or something that would knock over books and other things, so that nobody would notice. And we do know that she came aboard at some point, but we don't know how, right? Or we know about somebody or something that, like, how somebody came aboard, or there was some encounter. There was something hinted at that we don't quite know about. Wait, she's 16? She's that much younger than us? Jeez. Damn, she's barely older than her then. What the fuck? I thought she was, like, around our age, no? Why do you keep doing this? Japanese games. Well, I guess I click on this again, even though these are the rules of passage for her. Pattern, dangerous objects, pets. Well, I broke those rules, huh? One of those. She called in it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes us yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. Probably. Maybe somebody new showed up here. Maybe Holmes is back. That's a good sign. It only does that when there's something new. Ah! Look now, Oda-san. Seaman Stroganoff is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ah, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. That's what they would say about your name, too. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-li-la-la-la-la. I did it the great detective way. Wonder who that could be. Let's go rolling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin where we can and investigate. Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not stringy knot. Is she not in there anymore? Can we just go inside and nobody will mind? Miss Pavlova's cabin. This could be our chance. What? The burly sailor doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We could investigate every last inch of that cabin. I'm not sure if we could go that far. But we could certainly do with looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. Oh. Hey. Oh, it's Mr. Holmes, look. Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next to you. He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-li-ra-la-li-ra-lay. I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when here there was doubt, it's lucky her Sherlock was about. Excuse me. I solved it all, and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. That doesn't rhyme. Mr. Holmes. Ah, what is it? You want to fight, Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climatic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now was as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? No. Once you turn him on, he can't back down until you're dead. Mr. Holmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 AM this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Holmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. And yet, the ship's log from that night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. So there must have been extra nothing to report. Wow. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. so significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of ascribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. In my mental log, he should have said. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Aren't they all? You're starting to understand what my way is. I see what makes Holmes Holmes. Brilliance. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason, nothing more. How about you, Susato-san? I guess maybe it's only the first class people? Maybe, I don't know. But no, I guess this is the only two first class rooms? I don't know. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. Yeah, it wouldn't really make sense for only the first class people to be hit with it. Unless, you know, for some reason the second class couldn't notice some way, I don't know. But yeah. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too. So that makes 4. 4 people. The case has been opened, and the friend removed. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruto-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Susato-san. Let's save. Want to fix those two, Susato-san? All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? No, if she's really into it, maybe. Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. When would we have done that anyway? Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. But that's messing with a crime scene. Well, I guess the crime scene might not be here, but it's related. Ah yes, that is displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Bury has rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh yes, so do I. Wait, that's not... You can't investigate that? Really? This is probably not even the bag, right? Naruto-san, are they there? Sorry? I'm right here, yes? Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Ha ha ha. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know? Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Bolova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. So we can't investigate this huge bag, this huge contraption. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator inside another room. Ah, maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin could notice and raise the alarm and also die? Or the occupants of both the cabins would die of gas poisoning? That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. I don't know, I feel like the phrasing of ventilator grill is so strange that it might not be this, even though it seems like it is this, you know, kind of like the phrasing of gravely roast or something. Like, that's not something you would write. You know, it only fits because of the context, let's say. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. Ah, but what if somebody comes now? She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. Well, that's good, actually, isn't it? We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Tisk. This one's not broken. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from on the outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy bolt, duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seats up perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. So I couldn't use this method to, you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors, but I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Alright, let's look at this. Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Burger. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where's it now? Ah! What's that? Oh shit, but we haven't even investigated everything yet. Dang, I should have saved the case for last. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter mile forward. Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands, brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Susato-san, hold on to me. And we're dead. Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto-san. And oh no, the books have been tumbled over and everything else also. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think? Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you now, son? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like Inspector Asanaga. Is that you in there, Naruto-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? I was about to say that there might have been a chance that the door got locked because of, whatever impact I was implying previously. That might have happened, and here we have, an example of that exactly happened. The bolt? Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Suzaru-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. And the painting also. They're just like they were before again. Bummer, Suzaru-san, eh? Naruto-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Why? Not like he's gonna scold us for making a mess or something, is he? Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery, at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin would not be pleasant. No. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Huh? What? That was such a short chapter. And it feels weird that it even was, a chapter. Right, we saved at the end of another chapter and continued there today, so that was just really short. Oh well. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Suzaru-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. Well. You, what you are doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? But you both look unhurt, good. So, such different outlooks on the situation. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah, you wicked intruder. Dressed in all black, you are the devil. What? Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector... yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He's a criminal. Isn't it not enough that he has killed a man? Whoa, come on. Da, and he's stowaway as well. He fixin' promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? What? Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Oh no. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She's right, you are devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There's cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? We need a way out. Please, Inspector Asanaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Well, I mean, we could start by saving the game. Even though technically all we did was read after, you know, the chapter started, but, you know. Well, let's just leave. Fuck it. We're gonna go home. Dang it. Yes. Right. Nothing unusual to see here. Come on, girl, don't be so mean. Miss Pelova, get out! Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without permission. Get out now! We just need to investigate in here to help understand what happened. This is no use. She's not going to listen. And you find someone who will. Well, alright, my guy. You stag beetle motherfucker hanging on the wall like that. What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Holmes? You're wearing a rather interesting headgear. And I'm not talking about the goggles or your hat. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that, as a detective, it is my business? Did my model just freak the fuck out? Why were my hands doing all that? What the fuck? Have I not told you that, as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't merely tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? That was tomfoolery. Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall. It's so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this met seriously or not. Ah, you again. The great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved by me, naturally. I see. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. I'm sure that's true. So allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Yippee! Ha! You have solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I don't think the handcuffs prove anything. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. But there also doesn't appear us to be able to have killed him, given the circumstances. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. But we solved that mystery just a moment ago, by accident. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Nuh-uh. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Ah, locked room. That is point. The room was locked? Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. Well, you're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, the gate's open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator? Gah ha ha ha. You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Holmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:20 a.m. I can hear speckled band. Precisely, my dear madame. But what does that mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. So is this friend in this room with us right now? Mr. Sherlock Holmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! What the? Yep, there it is. The speckled band. It is a snake indeed. Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the speckled band. Oh, a snake? Indubitably. But there's no poison in the victim's body, so it wouldn't have been a snake poison, even if that snake... We don't even know if that snake is venomous. But I guess technically it might have broken his neck. Maybe. Mr. Holmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? I mean, you know, details. It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it... the striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Uh-huh. Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? Because the villain changed the skin of a snake somehow. I think perhaps it is time I explained the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died. That is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Huh? And number two. That same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. So Holmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. Maybe not entirely, though. This young woman's friend killed Miss Asugi. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Z-Man. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Yippee! Ding ding. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago, you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. The presentation on these, I think I said the last time, but it's so fun. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. What's with that hand gesture? Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Portentous? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. Apparently not. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? What's that you got there?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slaved skin. Slaved? I actually don't know how to pronounce this. Let's find out. Pronunciation. Slaved. No, slurred.
Sloughed.
Sloughed. Okay. Snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No? Maybe not.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to be the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change each time it sloves its skin. Maybe not quite. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Okay. How Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Maybe not. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could there be?
Yes, an explanation of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Maybe not exactly, eh? The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend.
This makes no sense.
It really might not. There's no point for feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt.
You don't...
It is telling that the victim made note of of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend,
like some kind of Pavlovian snake. To train?
Indeed, you put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared to not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Sure. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training?
It's not true.
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his his existence forever. Also, there's a stain, I think, on my screen. There's like a very thin, very straight line on my TV. It didn't come off when I tried to scratch it away or something, so maybe it's just a little tear or something that showed up somehow. I don't know. It's gonna bother me a little bit, but not that much. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt, my logic is infallible. Sure, to a degree. Death by a venomous Snakeus bite. Ding. Thus it concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the speckled band.
Yeah.
Totally flawless. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There, on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. I don't know how snakes feel about milk. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. You really think that?
Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see why Sherlock Holmes has become such a household name.
My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Is that what they say?
Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Holmes?
But of course. What's on your mind?
It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
Uh-huh. You are well informed, madam.
And reptiles, don't drink milk.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe this one did. You know, you can't say that for sure. Ah.
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
Maybe it's milk as punishment. The steak rather than the carrot. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears.
Ah.
Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling.
But madam, what of the tales from Arabia?
Oh, that's,
that's just like the motion and stuff. Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute?
I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements.
That could also be. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears, no service. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Holmes.
There is one other thing.
You have more.
snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins.
Then it should try harder.
Yeah. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Holmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it wouldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this.
And yet there is a snake, which is interesting. So, we're gonna dance or what?
I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruto.
Oh no, you don't mean... Don't act like you don't enjoy it.
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Holmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones.
Huh. Before we do that, gotta make a quick call, so let me mute... Or I guess I'll just do it. Wait, yeah, let's mute. What is wrong with my camera today, making me flip out all over the place for doing very minimal things? But whatever. BRB. Okay. That didn't take long, did it? So yeah, let's get to work now. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. And let's see. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruto. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? Oh. You've done it again.
Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go?
Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular dance version. Claim the following. This has nothing to do with me. Nothing has anything to do with me ever. Aching heart? Maybe not quite the heart. She does have a pained expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Holmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova.
Well, there's the hand. A claw crouch.
Oh, Naruto-san, look. That looks like a very painful wound.
It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. Yeah, you know, like snakes make with their tiny little hands. And fairly recently, too.
Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around around here.
I guess we're right. We got to present it, not just look. Can't look at the snake from here. Right ear. Left ear. Well, whatever. Let's just present the scratch. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night?
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
Why is that? And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what is the nature of this intruder that stole into the room?
But naturally, it was the friend
Which you were murdered. As I suspected, at another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. It seems likely that this scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? I mean, have you not seen them transform? They have this move where they transform into humanoid shapes, right?
No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet in which the claws might grow.
Well then, if that snake isn't the pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers?
It's Stroganov himself. We should follow her gaze now, Rasan. That's where we'd find the answer.
Potentially. Well, there's a nice little... Oh, wait. Yeah, there she is with a cat. Very cute. I do want to look at the serpent, though. The more I look at this creature, the more its stripes stand out. It's a very impressive snake, isn't it? Shut up! This is this is an example of something that is extremely not impressive. A dumbass bot. Not impressive, neither speckled. Symmetrical. I do hope that somebody reads all of these dumb comments alright. You know, amuses them at least once in a while.
Oh yes, it really is. And it seems to be doing its best to squeeze this poor sailor's head until it bursts.
Yes, it's a terrifying sight, and slightly heartwarming at the same time. Anyway, it would probably be a good idea not to get too close. Maybe they'll say that it is him when we click on him. There's no doubt, is there? She looked in this direction, straight at Seaman Stroganov.
Well, they do seem to be friends of sorts. But I can't imagine how he could possibly fit through that ventilator.
Where there's a will. Don't forget that I managed to fit inside Kazma's trunk when we first boarded the ship.
I would ask what that proves, but I think an equivocal little smile would be more effective.
Okay, well, fine. But I do like that they addressed it. So cute. Oh. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. Every time I do, it makes me feel shame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
And that bell. Doesn't that shape remind you of something? She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
The cat, yes. Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye.
Yeah.
Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this.
Little kitten.
That must be a stage costume she's wearing.
It's quite stunning. I should like to have something like that.
And she's wearing the 20,000 rubles on her head as well, look.
It's called a tiara, Naruto-san, and you shouldn't think of it purely in terms of its value.
She must be a strong-willed woman. To turn her back on the world stage and run away all on her own.
She's not alone, she's got this cat. This adorable, cute, amazing cat.
Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here.
Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruto-san, for the blackest outfit?
Huh. A black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. Take that! Boom. Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear.
Oh no.
The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
Ah.
And the true speckled band is the toy that she plays with her?
Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. Yeah, even less so.
Don't look at me.
But it does, on contrary, hidden behind your back. Snake's sloughed skin? Well, now that doesn't make any sense anymore.
Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back.
If she just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known.
Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Holmes' specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
I thought deduction was a specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Everything's a specialty.
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake.
In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? It's a toy. Well, it is speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle on the end.
I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West apparently.
How is that a toy for cats?
Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it.
That sounds positively adorable. Yeah, cat's toy, okay. Now that we have the name, we can point it out. But is there anything else that would be fun? No, not really. Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band.
Ah.
And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one reason to that. After the feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. I do think that too. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which had last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka.
Yeah.
A truly troublesome feline, young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova? But we need to be kind to the cat.
It was after I was given her her food, after I gave her food last night. That was when it happened. She had scratched me the back of my hand, and then ran up the balcony. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she's so naughty.
But so cute. A beloved kitten. Now, how did he die, though? Cats aren't usually venomous. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. Right, which one is this? Fact, terrible venom. Well, maybe not.
What Mr. Show says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body.
That's right. But Mr. Holmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned.
Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
There was no trace. There were no traces of external injury or poison. Boom! Look at that smug motherfucker. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other.
His neck was?
Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. Maybe he is. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, the cat must have known Kung Fu. We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could that be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased's body would prove the cause of... Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone.
Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though.
Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I mean, you don't know that.
I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? I guess we're not pointing something out at the scene, but rather our evidence. The schmuck on the floor? Let's save, because I'm not 100% sure, only like 90%. Bam. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Indeed, positively identified by this little analysis device I constructed which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match for the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped.
Please, no.
And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant he lost his life.
No.
Why would she be affected by this? That doesn't sound like anything that would have anything to do with her.
I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays wrong. That's right. Traveling case.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it.
I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened.
But...
And if this part of Mr. Holmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it.
Here in this cabin. But then why would anybody try to pin the crime on me?
Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes.
Where, I wonder?
Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere.
But it's around somewhere.
There's the tiara, but that wouldn't be it, would it? Somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here.
It hasn't been dropped, Naruto-san. It's been placed.
I'm starting to sound like Mr. Holmes.
Stop trying to sound like the great detective.
Oh.
This is a waste paper basket.
We already searched that, so I don't think there's anything there, but maybe now there's something we didn't notice before.
Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them.
But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin here late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Aha, wait. But wait, no, maybe we only checked our own. Oh, what's that?
It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Maybe.
Pew.
That's right. You hit the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket.
Ah.
There we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly.
Oh no.
So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found on the newspaper in the new waste paper basket in your cabin?
Yeah.
You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not?
I don't.
I don't know, is that in that hushed Russian accent of yours? Won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away, Mrs. Naruto. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be... maybe this.
You know what, I won't even save, because I've got balls of steel, man. Boom.
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Shoot. Your absent feline friend, Darka.
No. I couldn't. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Let me close my window real quick. Done.
Deduction complete. Elementary.
We're deduction masters. Why didn't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Dalka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
Maybe she sensed, maybe she was trying to feed her the chicken, and the cat sensed that it might not be so unkosher. That it might be poisoned, is what I'm trying to say.
She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it.
Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It is a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping.
So at that point, you thought it safe to try and lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin.
Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Palova trying to retrieve her pet. But he didn't notice the cat. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then...
Ah! That sounds bad.
I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Kazuma was...
From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. Yes, Buria, whatever, is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asagi was already off balance as the result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over.
Could that really be it, though?
That still doesn't explain the message and other things. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
That Darka is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened.
So you're not responsible for the quote-unquote dying message.
I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake?
You're right. Where is it?
If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it, and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board the ship? Well, somebody seems friendly with it, and somebody also seems to have some rather snake-like marks on his body anyway. Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Piroshko.
What?
What?
That snake belongs to you.
He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Maybe snakes are unlikely to carry diseases. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? No! Shut up, Yunosuke. But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. It's probably not venomous. No venom. Piroshko does not have venom. He's harmless, very long, but very gentle. He's adorable like Granny. It's venomless? Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see a big smile. I want to see the big snake smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Nope. Ha! Like they say they milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Are there stories where they feed milk to snakes? Piroshko eats mouses. Big fat round mouses. Yeah. Ah, oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Maybe the cat is off mouse hunting. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Piroshko has nothing to do with this incident. Maybe. So that's what happened? That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death? Well, there are still some questions remaining, though. Most importantly, where the cat is. Somebody speak up. Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. Well, she's assuming that it was her who placed that message, but I guess it wasn't. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I don't think those letters appeared accidentally. I'm no great detective like Mr. Holmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. You sure might. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruto? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruto, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Holmes. Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruto. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died, and how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Naruto.
So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance.
But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense that it's really what happened, does it?
I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid.
Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. Let me save. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident.
Really?
Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruto. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Well, I'd say it's the fighting on the ground, but I don't think we have anything else that would, fit there. We don't have that specifically, I guess, but it's in this photo, so surely this works. The truth is clearly recorded in its photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor.
That script, it's Russian, isn't it?
Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe.
I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native tongue language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not.
Sorry? What do you mean?
Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death.
Ah.
Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead.
That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What?
So her son has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... Hold on. A piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. It's my collar pin. Paper seal, probably not. Can we look at that though? Right, we did that already.
Looks like a scuff mark made by Kazma's shoes. Cervical spine injury. No, virtually no entries. And we don't have a lot of stuff that was left, you know, at the scene other than this, I guess. But I don't see how that adds anything to what we've already been saying. History. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there. Is it the mark on the floor and the bell in it, you know, rather the bell there? But why wouldn't, you know, that does fit with what we heard, right? The cat came in there, I guess somehow the bell was dropped or something. That part is weird, but I don't think it's enough to be like, oh, this proves whatever endeavor. Don't think that makes any sense, neither does this. The newspaper was it in a... Doesn't say here. I guess it was, but that shouldn't be unnatural. I actually have no clue. Like, I guess I'll present this because it's the only thing that, you know, that was in the room. But let's think about why it would be that after having sip. A piece of small glass object and what looks like scuff mark. A remnant of something that could possibly have been there if what Ms. Pavlova told us was true. She told us her cat fled over there and she tried to get it back with whistling and her boy. So I don't feel like this contradicts that. Sometime between 1 AM to past 2 AM. I think that is the time frame that that she told us about the cat story. I don't think this is something that was found there or a remnant of it. But we never looked at this actually. Nothing to report, nothing to report, nothing to report. Another piece of evidence. It proves this was no accident. I actually truly have no clue. Once again, this seems like the only thing that fits the description in any way, but it still doesn't really fit. Wait, review scene, what happened? Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Kid named Archon. Like, it can't really be this or that, because that's what we just pointed out. This doesn't really contradict with anything. Right, that's also within the time frame 123, 135.
between 1 and 2, so that fits. I don't think this contradicts with anything. This doesn't either. Neither does this. I don't think this fits, and this also wasn't found in the room. This doesn't have anything to do with any of these, I think. I guess I'll present this, but I hate that I don't know why. It's not even right. Where is it? This. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation where's the flaw in that logic. Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Because the rest of the bell fucking was still on the cat? That's not a contradiction in my mind at all. Like, I like in the same way that I can visualize the bell dropping at all, I can also visualize one part staying on the cat. And, you know, it bringing it back with it. That's not a contradiction to me at all. That's fucking nonsense. No, I don't like that. That one sucks. I'm sorry. That was fucking trash. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket? Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? I really don't think that's a contradiction. At all. Like, to me it makes less sense that, like, the bell would drop at all. Like, it's attached, like, by some kind of, like, you know, collar or something, probably, right? So why would that fucking come off and break like that? That part makes less sense to me than what they're trying to point out as a contradiction here. I wish somebody could, like, be like, nah, you don't understand. This is why it's that, like, you know, this is why it's like that. But, well, I guess nobody can. Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or their own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's. Well, you're wasting time. Someone else was there. Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way, no doubt. Oh, yes. And only other person in cabin when young student died was you. Nuh-uh. It's true I was in the cabin when it happened. By the way, this is just an aside that I noticed a while ago, but the dude's tie, when you look at it from the side, that looks like a fish, right? Is that intentional? I'm not sure about the details. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. No, not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor, in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had been fallen on the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. And somehow they missed this very hard to miss piece, whatever. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, It was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark, I guess. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. Sure. You don't suspect me, don't you? Oh, snake gone. Cement Stroganoff? Nina is a woman of sea. She's daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. Okay. The speckled band? You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. So that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. So maybe you covered that up because you thought maybe she was involved and wanted to, pin the crime on somebody else to prevent anybody from thinking it was her. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You're a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that Kira can walk through locked doors? Yeah, it's impossible. He's right. But we've seen it, come on, Naruto. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around the door ledges so they can open and close them from the outside. But you were the one who pointed out that that's not possible. Thread, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on a modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap inside. No threads nor needles or magnets could have been used. As we found out already. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruto suggested it earlier, so... Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruto, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt door of the cabin door from the outside? One way does come to mind, yes. Let me save because I think I know the thing to point out. But no, maybe that's not what they're looking for. Do you really know that what Mr. Holmes means, Mr. Naruto? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen, exactly. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruto? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door across from the outside. Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the object. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? She's got Wikipedia! In that book! It's actually a tablet, she's from the future! Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. My booty. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then...
Uh-huh. Oh yes. That's it. When the ship stopped, suddenly the boat flew across and locked the door.
Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that.
Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed?
Yeah.
The SS Buria made another emergency stop.
When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over.
Oh yes, I remember that. And I set them all up again, didn't I?
Then, when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Oh my.
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made emergency stop?
It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room.
Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside, used to trigger the emergency alarm?
Uh-huh. Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you to only press the button in times of emergency?
On dark nights, when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Don't you know it?
Wait, it was you?
When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. So the one from today was Holmes?
Mr. Holmes? Surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. A button has but one. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. True. He sounds almost proud of himself, as he should be.
How dare you mess with sheep? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now.
Well, the captain seems like a violent fella. Now, I'm sure that all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider...
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You are idiots. Buria is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in the middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. Or would there? What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruto? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruto?
Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? Well, there's the fact that nothing was written in there, I guess, because it was so busy, I guess, but maybe that's the opposite of that. But it's also the only thing I think that I have. So let me save. Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right?
Yeah, that is correct. Why?
And the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties?
What are you doing with that? That is mine.
Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway, I think. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always.
The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all.
Nothing recorded in the log.
That is... no, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing had to report," wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Burial.
Duh.
Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish!
If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself.
Oh, why?
Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
Well,
that's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it.
Oh, yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. My head. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Dinner. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe.
Yeah, too bright.
Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. But we were too busy to do anything about it. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me?
Why indeed?
Tell me, Mr. Naruto. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact. I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant?
As I've been saying.
My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh. Mr. Holmes, do you mean that to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
Intentionally wrong, yes. I do.
No, really? Is that really true?
The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it.
A sleeping drug?
Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop?
Mr. Naruto, of course that's not what Mr. Holmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
No, I think that's what he means. Precisely. Placing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator.
What? Mr. Holmes? Yeah.
Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. Spill the beans. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade.
Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore.
These crewmen are for your former comrades, I believe.
Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel.
I don't believe it.
You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night.
Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Wow.
So it wasn't even like a liquid or something. Duh. We could not make all the drug. How do you say dissolve?
Talk about heavy seasoning.
At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with a small fishing boat,
while all the passengers of the SS Beria slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But did she? Would she? But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been a complete chaos.
Oh, I wouldn't say so. So,
what?
Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes.
The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors folded anyway, of course. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door in the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night.
But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I'm sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt in the wind? Sure. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular, to expose the truth. Aw, shit. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please, from the very beginning. With what exactly, Mr. Holmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Prevaricators? I don't think I've seen that word. I mean, I must have because I played this game before, but... let's see. Prevaricator. A person who speaks falsely or avoids the truth. Liar, etc. Okay. Okay. Whoa, I'm flipping out. I'm morbid. Of these two prevaricators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, have we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asugi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, let's see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows somebody was there last night when Kazuma died. Let's save it. What suggests that someone was there at the scene? Well, I see one thing. And, I would have assumed it was him. Given that she probably wouldn't have had the knowledge of the emergency stuff. Maybe she would, I guess, if she lived here for a while, but so. I'd say he's more likely to know and do that. The stinking. Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain. In an unusual place. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. And look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from. Is it from my butt? He said yes, it's from my butt. Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So, nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what the stain on the back of the Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is. I mean, I guess it's this. Because we don't have anything else pointing to the ink. Yes, it's this photograph. And the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink, purple. The penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. The ink had been dry, If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin, moments immediately after the ink was spilled. I mean, I guess we're assuming that that was actually Kazuma's ink, like that he brought along, and it isn't like, you know, ink that they have in all the cabins. Because otherwise that would be an easy excuse. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Burya go do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Biff, please. Sounds like he might be adding a little lie to this again.
Maybe. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Biff, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on the floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. You're looking to the side, though, like you're not quite telling the truth. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell onto the floor. Yes, that is right.
So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers.
Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. But wouldn't the door have been locked, given that just earlier, you know, the boat must have come to another stop when they picked up the angel? She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you. When Nina opened the door to the student's cabin and looked inside.
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
Yeah, fuck him up.
Well, Miss Pavlova?
Well, Miss Pavlova?
Da. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you.
So is that finally it now? No. Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Holmes. This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. Uh-huh. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. Oh yeah, what's he gripping in that fist, eh? And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there's one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. Would he make a fist while falling to the ground? What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruto? Oh, well... Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck, broke his neck. Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? Geese, but let me see. Geez. Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem right, quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say. As though he were gripping something. Uh-huh. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. Well, you should have maybe brought that up earlier. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow?
Mr. Holmes, show us, please.
Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? Uh-huh. This is what I found.
Well, well, well. No, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us?
Well, well, well. It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Where could that have been? Observation, Mr. Naruto. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close.
But I don't want to believe that she did it. What happened?
How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? Maybe, like, you know, maybe the guy killed him from behind because they were afraid that he would notice her because he was awake when he shouldn't have been. Or something. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes.
Okay. She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells.
Okay. Oh, what's that?
There's something dangling down from her ear. Yes, that's an earring. Wait, look. It's a crescent moon.
Ah. There can be no doubt now, surely. I guess I'll point that out. Yeah, I was kind of hoping for it to update to, from left ear to crescent earring. Miss Pavlova, on your ear there.
I see you have a crescent moon as well.
Ah. What? You didn't even notice? Come on, bro. And on your other ear...
there seems to be a crescent moon missing.
The little link holding onto it must have broken, I suppose? Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just a moment before it fell to the floor? In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him.
But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh, no.
Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night... What did you do to Kazuma?
Yeah.
Okay. When I think about everything that
happened last night, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darker, wait. I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darka would not come back.
No response. But why? Oh wait, there was a response. What are you doing here? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Wait. Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. That's how he opened the door, just naturally after a knock.
The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin...
Just a moment. Sorry, bud.
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before.
Ah.
Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina?
Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
It's in the news. Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
Still doesn't sound like she was trying to kill him. I see. So you've run away.
Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Yeah.
He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Oh no. Then it happened, everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet.
Oh, so she didn't intentionally do it after all.
And... as he turned around to look at me... I pushed him.
Oh, wait.
I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
Bummer. And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty in the passageway? I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said,
Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go.
So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway, in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me.
So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange papers in. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Suzuto-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have done that. That would have made the case much harder for me. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote dup dup dup, so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe to find Stowaway. Stupid move, honestly. And tell me, what of the glass smell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the Suspiria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Bubbleworth.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland, and it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? True.
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? Inspector, right? An inspector friend.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Ah, yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. So the bodyguard, eventually, inevitably, was the downfall somehow. How tragic.
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord?
No.
I don't know.
He was trying to ask us.
What? What do you think, Mr. Naruto?
Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruto, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? He was going to ask us. He was going to reveal his own secret, so they could share it. Secret buddies. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? Interesting use of this feature, I guess. First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. Great variation on that song too.
So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama?
Are we like projecting our memory into other people? Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruto? Yes, if there's one thing I've learned about today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when you turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? At us! The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I wasn't there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly, too soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with the sleeping drug. If only it woken me up. Then maybe this tragedy would never have happened.
Well, he was going to.
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however... what is directly besides the bell cord? The wardrobe.
wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Ah. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night?
Give me a moment, I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry.
Damn, dude.
What have I done?
That's very rough. On so many levels. And so at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. Much like our great friend. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then?
Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard.
What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her?
Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out.
Mr. Holmes can do that. So she won't be going back to Russia then?
No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life.
I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff. I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh.
Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan.
Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different.
Is there no way? So you should get back to your cabin now.
Maybe Mr. Holmes can arrange some other things. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then.
And at what cost, too?
To think that only days ago Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London.
That seems like a distant memory now.
Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Suzuto-san?
Naruto-san, I didn't know you had returned.
Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack you a pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Aww.
I still can't believe this is happening. This has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that.
Suzuto-san. Wah.
He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just like as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth, that it was just an accident.
Well, it was a bit more than an accident, but yeah.
Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruto-san. It's just too much.
Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. No, it's him. I guess it wouldn't be in the style of Holmes to talk like that.
Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've left everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder.
Nobody blames you, Inspector. What? And I'm free again now? Huh? Surprise, Mr. Naruto? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry, is this really the time, Holmes? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway, after all.
He thinks this is funny?
Rather poor timing.
Mr. Holmes, we do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor.
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Because she's a woman?
We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened.
What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway.
The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant.
Was to be?
In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but...
Where's Susato-san? My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. Huh?
But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Holmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Don't we? Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but...
But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
Yes.
Mr. Susato?
Yes?
Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it?
Huh? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruto.
Hey man, I solved a case already.
Oh, unless... Are you studying law?
No, I'm not, but...
I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance that it could work.
But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto?
Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruto? That's ridiculous. Are you suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days?
There's only one way to find out.
I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector. Every single day. Will you let me try?
And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate.
But why put yourself in such a difficult position?
For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain. That he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mr. Sato? Such a kind smile.
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend to say?
Are you serious?
One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. And they spells disaster for you, a sacrifice.
No, it's madness.
Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree?
Fascinating?
Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination.
Speak for yourself.
Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage.
He's got like the triforce of wisdom and courage. It's crazy. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I?
You sure did.
I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector.
He's Bro Sonaga after all.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruto?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all.
Thank you.
And Mr. Naruto, I'd like you to take charge of this.
What? Me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted.
To carry his soul around? His spirit?
Its name is Karama. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations.
Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Mr. Sato, seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet.
It will be an honor, Mr. Naruto. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes, that's exactly what I need. Alright, well, as long as we're on the same page, I guess.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you, too.
Goodness, what is it?
Please throw me to the ground. 3 times?
Of course, you could misconstrue this, the throw me to the ground part in various ways. But let's not. What?
I should never have doubted you. You are Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start.
Girl, you're like 16, and there was, it was a rough time, and
but I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin door was locked. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you, and not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it.
No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruto. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed.
When did you see that?
Well, it happened a bunch of times. I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling.
Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique.
Shouldn't it be jujitsu? Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. Don't you have your own fighting style called Baritsu? There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your wrestling your arresting throw.
Yes, I'd be honored.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madame.
Oh, of course.
She's gonna throw me again, isn't she?
Are you ready, Mr. Naruto?
Sorry?
Yeah.
Ha ha ha.
As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh yes, and arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
Great stuff. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Huh. Karma? That's right, it's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than irregular, isn't it, surely? I didn't get permission. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from a katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'd sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. What is it? Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. Why did you ask? Dummy? Hey, you want to do a thing with me? Yeah, sure. I'm not going to ask what it is, though. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Dun, 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 dun. End. Amazing. So now the question is, do I go straight into episode 3? Or do I leave it? Because the situation has changed a little bit. When I started this, I thought that Metro Prime 4 wasn't going to be out until like the 7th or 8th or something. But I got that confused with 2 other things that happen on those dates. Because Metro Prime actually comes out on the 4th, which is only 2 days from now. And I don't know if we can finish another case, especially since it's probably going to be, a full case and not just the courtroom or just the investigation, basically, like, the first and second case were individually. So, one thing, like, if we continue, I'm definitely going to take a food break because, man, I'm hungry as fuck. But let's see. Let me see if I can Google, like, an estimate of how long the third case is. Great Ace Attorney Case 3 ladies. There's like an article that apparently is about every game. How many hours do you need to complete every Ace Attorney game? Well, that's not about the case, though. That's about the games. If I can ad blocker did that thing where it just opens a tab and being like, yo, we blocked this many ads for you. Great Ace Attorney. Doesn't really say there, so that was a waste. There's an AI answer, but I don't want to even give that any attention. People also ask, is Ace Attorney LGBTQ? I mean, there are some LGBTQ characters, I guess, but that's a weird question. Like, is this entire thing LGBTQ? Like, what? Anyway. Okay, how about Great Ace Attorney 3, Great Ace Attorney Case 3? Just that to find out the name of it. And maybe on that it also says how long it is. I don't know. I don't want your cookies. Hours. Nope. Hour. Nope. Great Ace Attorney, in the name of this case, link. In more in-depth look and breakdown of case length based on somebody's playthrough. Sure. So the person who played through this used the story mode functionality, which automatically selects like stuff for the story to progress instead of solving stuff. So this won't be a great comparison, but I guess So Adventure of the Great Departure. Wait, that's the the Unbreakable Speckled Band. It took them 4 hours in total. I guess this just now took me like 3-ish, right? And on top of the 1 to 2 or whatever hours we did last time off this case, I guess that like we can add like an hour or like let's say like 20% or something to the time and have a rough estimate. With that, the next case took them 3 hours 15 minutes. Okay. Now the question is, do we go for it? Do we start this case now? Play it for like an hour or two, and then finish it tomorrow, hopefully. God damn, my fucking bottle freaking out annoys me. And then, hopefully finish it tomorrow, as I said. And then, essentially stop playing while we beat Metroid Prime 4 and then come back to this. Or do we just stop here, do something else tomorrow, and then play Metroid Prime 4? That is, obviously the less risky option. Because what if we don't manage to beat it in the given time? But on the other hand, You know, it would be nice. Hmm. I want to decide now before I go take a food break because, if I take a food break and then decide, yep, no, we're done, then that's kind of a weird ending. Not the first time it happened, but it would be weird. The adventure, right? I could have checked the name right here. I didn't need to Google that. Whatever. The Adventure of the Runaway. Well, if I if I eat first, that'll take at least like 20 minutes. Then fine, let's not do it. Let's cut this one a little short today and return to this wonderful game after we've beaten Metroid Prime 4, presumably. Yeah, I guess that's what we'll do. Maybe spontaneously I'll decide tomorrow that we'll just bust through the entire case tomorrow. No matter how long it takes. If it's like 4 hours, we could do that for sure. Technically. But I guess, does that mean that the... Oh yeah, I guess that means, at least for them, the second case took them a lot longer than the third. Weird. Might be a story mode thing. My hands are doing the twist. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Let's test that. I'm gonna eat something. We're gonna play like an hour-ish or something after that, and then hopefully we'll finish the case tomorrow. Because that's what I've decided. So be back after I've eaten, which will certainly take more than 5 minutes. Let's make 25, I guess, and then we'll see. Therapy. Yo ho ho. I'm still kind of chewing my dessert, but but I am here. With almost perfect timing. So let's get into the third case and play at least like the first chapter of it or something. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. London, 5th Avenue.
記録を読み返すと、あれは19世紀の終わり、厳しい冬のことだった。事件は霧深い深夜のロンドンの街路をひた走る乗り合い馬車の中で起こった。馬車には被害者と容疑者の両名のみ、複数の人間がその事件を目撃した。一体誰が想像しただろうか。この単純極まりない事件があのような恐ろしい結末を迎えることになろうとは。我が友シャーロック・ホームズはあの事件を振り返ってこう言った。思えばあの事件こそは序曲だったのかもしれないね。忘れがたきあの日本人留学生と演じた長い競争曲の始まりだ。
Referencing us directly. I thought it was from an actual Sherlock Holmes novel, but I guess maybe not quite. Look at that.
すごい。これって本当に駅なのでしょうか。
駅にせよ違うにせよ。I spent some time at the station today. It was not pleasant.
蒸気機関車があんなにたくさん。何なんだこの国は。
Wow, it's so nice. Uh-oh. You put your bag down next to a little child. You're gonna get robbed. It's like paradise. Okay, well, he's helping out for now. This seems unnatural. Yippee! But maybe they really are just that nice in London. Nice clockwork. Nice clock. Lord Chief Justice's office. In February. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. So authentic examples, authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? Far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. Maybe. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office now, Rada-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. Probably not an important character. I had instructions to report here at this time, if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys, to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes.
And having delivered their massive message, an envoy's duty is done.
So we'd have to return to Japan.
If we want to remain here in Great Britain,
Have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour.
yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer.
Which is what I've been studying for.
Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London.
I hope I'm up to scratch. Good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh, I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes and 47 seconds late. My apologies. An hour is kind of a lot, but hey. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So introductions. I am Miles Stronghard. Maelstrom. Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire.
And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruto, don't be a mouse.
Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Stronghard. I'm Ryunosuke Naruto from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruto, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire.
Ah, yes, thank you.
He seems totally nice. Oh, we don't have our student's badge anymore. Anybody in there? Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room.
Believe they're suits of armor.
Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates.
No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know?
Always.
And they roam around in the middle of the night.
Really?
Is there nothing you don't know, Mr. Sato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask.
Where did she get that incredible tattoo? So she does believe that to be true, that wasn't just her pranking us? Look at all the naughty books packed together in these shelves. I was trying to point at the chandelier, at the candelabra, the thing, but whatever. They go from floor to ceiling.
And they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream.
Yes, a very bad dream.
They're not all about British law either. There are books about the judicial system of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland.
What about Russia?
Why do you ask?
I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian.
What do you think? I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned.
Is this some kind of clock?
Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of time clock.
Oh, inside the Big Ben?
But those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even.
It's eerie, don't you think? Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean.
Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they?
I'm not sure you could fiddle with clocks that size. And I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. We could call anybody a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make, considering how large they are. Yeah, I was going to mention that they would probably, make a lot of noise, but I guess they don't. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm.
This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble.
It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me.
I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruto.
It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stone here.
I know. That's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure.
Wait. We can look to the side where there's actually nothing. Alright, well. That's fine. Hey, London, am I right? So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh,
Help! I've been so nervous ever since I came here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruto?
Oh.
We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words.
Right. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded.
Oh yes, astounded is the word.
Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san.
And everyone seems to so jolly and full of vigor.
Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London.
Great exhibition?
Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop.
Yeah, fuck those Paris guys. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be.
Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire.
Right.
Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun.
Right.
Sorry for clearing my throat all the time. That just kind of happens after I'm done eating and I continue streaming, I guess. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazumasugi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation.
Oh.
I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores.
That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived.
My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours.
Oh, thank you.
Not you to us. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news.
Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person.
They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that is true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed.
If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart.
What do you have to say, madame?
It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruto here would like to make a proposal.
Me? Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruto.
This is it then.
The moment of truth. Let me just first try to just present that.
An armband I inherited from Kazuma. It identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan.
I think that says Kazuma. And this probably says Asugi. I guess I could read that as A. And this as Gi. I don't know if I could have identified that as... Well, that's like... To me that's like Futa. Like Futatsu. Like two, you know, and other uses, I guess. But so I don't know if I would have known that.
The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here. Look.
Kazuma Asugi. This was his band, of course.
He had his heart set on this study tour in Great Britain.
By the way, the only reason I'd be able to read Kazuma is because I've seen that name before. Otherwise, I would not have read Ichi as Kazu, or I wouldn't have.
I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. But he lost his life before he even had a chance to see the place. I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this Ambrantel. These are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of their defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness, to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And they are a warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind. But if they are the mark of the defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. Very impartial, I'm sure. Miss Strongheart, may I show you this? To accept this item, issue a receipt. Examine it thoroughly and make a formal statement of my findings. Examining, I guess? No, to accept this item, blah 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 blah, would require something in the region of 24 seconds of my time. Sorry? Does the item warrant 24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruto? Let's leave it for now. Well, I think so, but I guess not. The thing is, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me, Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least that's what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Miss Naruto. I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's me! Let's not even dilly-dally. Let's not mess around. It's me, I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment of the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Courier. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe, not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just sit back, I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruto. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there for all of a sudden? He knows stuff that we don't. Very well. You know, I just looked at his sleeve on the right that we can see. Like his right hand on the left side, I guess.
Makes him look a bit like Charlie Brown, don't it? You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Here's the test. So, what form will the test take in exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruto, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing's perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, you know. Well, could I ask what sort of trial it is, Lord Stronghard? Surely nothing major, probably just some larceny or something, right? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? Never could have seen that coming. An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say, but I should mention, just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? No, that just means he'll be punished in the capital of London. That's just how we say it here in London. It's, you know, it's cool. Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test, but then what else could we do? We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? Yes, you can. There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. Oops. If I lose, to be hanged. Mr. Naruto, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Do it. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. No, I said yes. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Stronghard. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruto. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? Fuck him up! Fuck him up, Susato! Another takedown! I think what Mr. Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. What if there's nobody else to defend them? A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, The particular day they stand in the corner in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruto. Did we pass the secret reverse test? Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that... I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. That's what I was thinking. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. Well, that's a good way to answer, I guess. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope. I mean, he could, he could probably find somebody else if he really wanted to, but it's a good enough reason for us to do it. So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. Guess we're a lawyer now. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruto, we must leave at once. So, want to talk a bit? Oops. Mr. Sato, can I just ask you something? Careful! From this position I can perform a Sato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruto, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts immediately. Imminently, rather. If I need to throw you, I will. You could just say, I think we should hurry to the court. If you need to ask me anything, it'd be better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Okay, but what if I show you this? Mr. Sato, can I adjust? Okay, I guess it's the same thing. Which makes sense. Alright then, let's move. The old schmady. If we hurry and catch a cab, we may just make it to the courthouse on time. London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past, the Old Bailey. This is where I'm to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. Not even 10 a.m. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? You say, follow that car. Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. It's a kind of important deal. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said that the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. Is he one of those guards? So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room is for defendants. To wait is grand. Are you all right, Mr. Naruto?
I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. That I was the one. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend us, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment.
Top of the morning to you, madam, sir.
You don't look dubious at all.
What are you doing following me here? Things are fair disparate, aren't they?
Sorry?
Would you look at those expressionless faces from the east, I use.
We're from Japan, yes.
Ah, Japan is it? Right. Say no more. So, how much do yous need?
No, we're just here because...
No need to explain, fella. I've been here there myself, so I have. No place to go, not indeed. Barely a penny in your name, and all while in a strange faraway land.
Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no.
'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now.
1,000 guineas?
Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout.
But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo.
What? There's nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I've enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over.
Sure, I believe you. Could that much rain even fall in one day?
Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money.
Ow.
That hit me in the eye. Ouch. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it ya no strings attached. I be wanting you to do something for me.
Oh?
To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock.
No surprise.
So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is... Don't worry about a thing. A thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to stop without me having any kind of representation at all.
So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial?
Bluster and blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names?
No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city,
I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, you're just next to Hyde Park, there in the city, in the center of London is another beautiful park.
Sorry, a park?
What? It's called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did.
An entire park? In central London?
A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its square old people. It's what? It's what people? It's square old people, okay.
That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary.
But now they've got the gall to say I'm good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you?
Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruto? Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves, while the gentleman catches his breath?
Good idea.
Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for your trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do it.
What was I after saying, you deft Egypt? Well, I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I?
Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. He called me an Egypt. An Egypt. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, well, not at all. I just think you're probably very unpopular. You're just randomly thinking that. Although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did you just say Reaper? Oh, right. Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barak van Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. I wonder if that's... No, it's probably not supposed to be pronounced Zeeks, even though it's got a fun in it. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zeek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? We've been given quite the test, haven't we? So it's reached the desperate situation but there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barak van Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That won't be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, down to me down. But... but I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have to work? I mean, you've done it before. But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. But I like my feet cold. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. That's good enough. Mrs. Naruto? The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Cut for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. Aw, shit. Happening, then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Ba ba ba. Are we going to go into it, or is it going to be a chapter close? We're going to go into it. The Old Bailey courtroom. Alright, I got a jury. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The countries of history in this place, the centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I ask something, Mr. Naruto? Oh yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. That's not the Reaper, that's Dracula. That's not a judge, that's Mr. Santa Claus. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus MacGill.
I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is fully prepared. No, I don't know. He needs a... What kind of voice does he have?
The prosecution. Nah, that's stupid.
The prosecution.
The prosecution. The prosecution.
The prosecution. No. No. The prosecution.
The prosecution.
I guess something like that. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld.
Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready.
And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried.
Those eyes please me, Nipponese. Huh? They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes.
Now, Mr. Gilded. Mr. MacGilded.
Yes, my lord.
You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
Hey, man. Does Santa not give presents to foreigners? As I've already said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers of yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry to do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman Ron has in him. Did you hear that you donated £5,000 to the brother? Mother, please may we go and play in McGilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded.
Did he pay them too?
That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him.
Eloquently put, Mr. MacGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, my lord, if the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they'd never set eyes on me. He's got a magnet under his nose.
I feel a chill.
No, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruto. Those people are... jury. Yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. Sounds terrible. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses.
Yes.
I'm sure it'll be no problem.
Prosecutor Van Zieks.
My lord.
It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you had renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity.
So what brings you back?
Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord.
So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years.
Maybe he had to nurse a gun wound to the shoulder.
Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't get started, Mr. Naruto.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. Summary of the case, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. You must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as thrice-fired mason.
Sorry, thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible.
Oops. I guess he wasn't made out of those himself, though. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard.
Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence.
An autopsy. Let's hope it doesn't get updated. Fancy. And one further item of evidence.
Hold on, let me first check the other two. Thrice-fired mason.
I guess that's his full name. He was 54, brickmaker. 15th of February, 10 p.m. Between 10 and 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Sounds simple enough. Looks legit too. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well.
And these are... Good lord. Is that blood, counsel?
Yes, my lord. Seized by policemen who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. He should probably just had a nosebleed or something. What? Mr. McGill's gloves had blood on them?
Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well.
Nothing to see inside them. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of crumbling now. No, by the way, is Mr. McGill right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really.
Yeah, but then we could have been like, oh, he didn't use those. Some left-handed person did.
He's 52, 48, 32, 54.
How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started.
That's the way it always goes. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only two passengers traveling inside this vehicle at the time.
Only two?
Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGillicuddy. Well, that sounds great.
Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGillicuddy. To be sure, I wrote that omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I am taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it.
Are you claiming you have to have been asleep?
'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton, so it is, and when I opened my eyes again, 'twas the desperate sight before me, the body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. After the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Oh, really? Multiple witnesses? That doesn't sound so great.
Order! Order! Order!
When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. The way he points is so... it doesn't have that, that power. It doesn't have that oomph that it usually has. It is a little menacing, I guess. It has some flair. But I think the oomph is lacking.
Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from the witnesses first of all.
Your wish is my command. That's more oomphy. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. All of them. Witnesses, your names and occupations.
My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city.
My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at the short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Quite right.
Yes, sir, that's right, sir.
Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please.
Heyo, Fiber. Well, that's, because he is Dracula in this game, clearly. They call him the Reaper, but I was also saying that he looks more like Dracula. Well, my day, finally somebody asks. My day was quite something. Because, well, first I, was at home. I knew I had to go to work, so I checked the train schedule to see if maybe there would be a delay or something. And it didn't say anything. So I just went to the train station as usual. And as soon as I arrived, it said suddenly, whoop, 10 minutes delay. Okay, well, fucking shit. I could have spent 10 more minutes at home. That sucks. So I sit there. Minutes pass. It's not there. Eventually, it arrives after half an hour too late. That sucks, but nothing too unusual. The Deutsche Bahn, the German, trains, they suck ass. There are many, many delays as always. It's pretty normal. It would have been okay. I still would have arrived just about on time. And while I was sitting in the train pondering if I should still go to that supermarket that's like near my workplace, or if that would be pushing it, because then I would have probably been a little too late. One station away from my stop,
like on the way to the stop where I get off, the train suddenly does a loud rumble, and you can feel it too. Like it wasn't just a sound, like it was an impact. Something happened. At first, I thought some asshole had put some rocks on the train tracks or something. The train comes to a stop, and after a few minutes, we are told that there was I guess an accident involving a person or something. So, oh no, what's that about? And then, even later, still standing there, close to my destination, a person who was wearing an outfit that looked like he was like, some kind of first aid kind of guy, goes to the wagon, asking if anybody saw anything unpleasant and needs somebody to talk to. So that kind of confirmed, well, we probably ran somebody over. And then at some point, police showed up too, so that was like, yep, okay, well, now it's confirmed. And, well, we couldn't keep going with the train for, I think, like 2-ish hours in total. And all the while, I was on my way to work, and I had a colleague waiting for me to arrive, and I was panicking the entire time, like, how do I get there? We couldn't leave, by the way, while the train was just sitting there. We couldn't just get out and try to walk. Walking there would have taken, like, according to Google Maps at least, would have taken over an hour. But, if I'd been able to leave immediately, I would have been in earlier than just sitting there and doing nothing. And, yeah, finally arrive. And I, speed walk to, the rest of the way to work. Of course, I contacted work beforehand, so they knew I'd be late, but it still sucks ass. And then I'm at work, obviously super delayed. And then an hour too early, my colleague shows up, the next one to take the shift. And I'm like, wow, you're so early, what's going on? And she, like, I told her the day before, because, like, there's something unusual about my shift today. For some reason, I was, like, my shift was supposed to be longer than usual. So I told her yesterday, like, hey, there's no reason for me to be here longer. Is it okay if I leave, like, the normal time? But apparently she misunderstood and thought I wanted her to come earlier. So then we were both here and she was like, you want to go? And I was like, yeah, okay, I guess. And then luckily the train back was normal. And so that was a weird fucking day. Running over a fucking person with my train. I mean, that sounds like I did it, but yeah, that was weird. That's the story of my day. Yeah. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Witness testimonies. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. Yeah, I had my peach flavored zero sugar Monster Energy instead, but chalky milk would have also been good. If I hadn't streamed today, I might have had a chalky milk instead. Yeah. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Next to each other? Huh. Thank you. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That must have been an interesting sight, if it wasn't next to him. That's right, you stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Well, I'm thinking maybe the rider might not be lying, but I think the other two, probably. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Ho ho ho. Yeah, no, I didn't see anything. Oh, but actually, one thing I wanted to say still, that I think is interesting, which brings it full circle back to this game in a way. I think it's kinda likely, and I might be reaching here because I'm too into mystery shit, but I think there's a good chance that it wasn't suicide. Because we weren't, the impact didn't happen at a station or something. It didn't happen in a place where one could, like, jump off of something in front of the train. It was, like, kind of just out, in the open, let's say, without a jump-off point. And, like, if there was a person standing next to the tracks, right, ready to jump in front, I don't know the protocol of people, running these trains, but I would assume that they would take cautionary measures or something to... and be like, okay, there's a person standing there, this is suspicious, we're gonna do our best not to run them over. But there was no slowdown, there was nothing. So I'm kind of suspecting that there was the body lying on the tracks or something in a way that's hard to see, maybe. And maybe that was murder, or it was, they were trying to get rid of the corpse or something, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I'm saying it's possible. I'm just saying. Anyway. Exactly, my lord. See, even he agrees with me. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? I am. I should have, talked to the cops like, yo, let me handle this case. I'll have it cracked in no time. And then we would have been ready, like, an hour earlier. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way that they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. I think it's implied that they were in the carriage themselves. Naruto don't. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? The carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Silent Hill remake, huh? Yeah. I also still haven't played, the original or the remake. So I couldn't tell you either way. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff, bring forth the stricken omnibus. Whoa. I love when they, when John Hill started silenting all over the place. That's my favorite scene. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Oh yeah, I hope I can. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. But in February, it's probably kind of harsh to be sitting up there, isn't it? And I should point out to the foreign guests. There's a window. That there's a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Oh, I see. Ah, skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see.
these two gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. You know, maybe you should start a business and make that the thing. And then once you're a billionaire, you can buy me a carriage. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense.
Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom.
It's pretty novel. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. How extra.
Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
Yippee! Let's look at it. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? The technology is so advanced. Let me drink some water.
But I wanted to look at the signs, not the roof.
So this is a roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up there.
So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? That's what I was saying. And they have nowhere to pay money to do so?
Brr, I can't imagine how cold it must feel.
That just made me think of something horrible.
Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late?
Oh.
Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible.
That door looks a little crooked.
Oh no, blood.
This seat has a handle, it seems.
No.
The real murderer hid in here. Done. Case closed.
This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs for tools to repair wheels, blankets, horse shoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems.
There don't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure.
Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway.
Ah, that's a poster for the Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition.
Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at this prospect of a grand event. I doubt this event will ever be relevant to us. This game, it probably won't come up.
Ah, that's a poster for the Great Exhibition. Wait. Really? That too? Okay. I thought it said notice. But I guess it's a notice out about the exhibition. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously.
Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck.
What do you mean? Are you stuck in a time loop? Blink twice if you're stuck in a time loop. Will you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder?
Well, it was after dark. And there was a lamp in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight.
Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. But only, you don't have to do it multiple times.
Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then.
Phoenix Ride Omnibus? What? Can't even look at this. What do you mean nothing out of place? Is that what we already looked at? No. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Meeting of apartment owners? Well, I guess asking them all to speak English just for you might have been a little too cheeky. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see it quite clearly. That's not good for us. Did I miss a spot? Job masters. London office. That's probably just the roof again, right? No? So this is roof deck? No, wait, it is. Okay, let me just check the inside again. Yeah. You know, when people speak casually, I guess. It's not quite the same. The seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit in it. That's a bummer. And only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman could be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? Let me try opening this again. Maybe I missed a spot in there. No, probably not. Yeah. Well, I guess I'm done checking it then. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself to a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Of course I do. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. Well, first we gotta save. It was the last bus of the evening. Of course we're gonna press everything, but there's one statement in particular that I find odd. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's quite right, sir. Yes, ever so cold. It was freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course. No. There were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that? None? No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? They're not all, once again all covering for one person or something, are they? I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does, every evening, that last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only Marg making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. Maybe don't do that. Victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other. That's the
this statement. That seems a little odd. And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage?
That's right. When you sit up on the roof, the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded.
Why? How can you be so sure?
Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else.
Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There's no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. There probably is.
Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
You actually saw the exact moment it happened.
Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days?
Oh no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got this back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's...
My lord. Juror member number 3. What's the meaning of this?
My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking witch. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me.
Oh no. The scales have been tipped.
There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway.
That's precisely what I was about to say.
Uh-oh.
As the foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors.
That doesn't look good. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen.
Now I'm even more worried than I was before.
Whatever, 2 out of 6. That's basically nothing.
Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with their cross-examination.
This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help it.
What did you scream?
You stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up in the roof seats. On the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly. That huge straight knife.
A grim sight indeed.
Oh, that didn't help me at all. The jury looks like they're even more convinced by my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First.
Oh yes, sir.
Is this the knife that you saw?
Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that? Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart.
That is a blade of a considerable size, Counsel.
It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Maybe it's supposed to be W, you know, maybe it's upside down. Please no. M, for Magnus perhaps, or McGilded possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. Oops. But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes. Like in Mason. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. You can't be certain of that.
Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel. Murder weapon?
My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption.
Hold on, let me interrupt the interruption real quick. Oh, wait, that's not a thing.
Where's that? There it is. That's not an M. Come on, that's clearly it's a W, or it's just a funny squiggly line. Could be anything.
An ornate letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial.
And it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. Yeah. A W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all. But what I'm sure of is that this is an M. Why?
Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed.
You can't say that for sure. My part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruto?
Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades.
Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist.
That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like.
Rather bloody.
Rather bloody indeed.
That looks a lot like blood. It surely is blood, the victim's.
An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. No shit.
Did you think it wouldn't?
Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust.
Yes, I do understand. Anything else to investigate? Don't think so.
It's kind of dissatisfying when I investigate these and nothing gets added to the thing or something. Juror number 2, go on.
Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Wait, what are you about?
Dispose of the rubbish.
Oh.
Well, you know, half isn't, you know, that's not that bad. 3 out of 6, we can, you know, at least get a draw. No. I don't wish to cause any cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and crime.
Don't do it. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion.
I don't think you have all the facts yet.
Well, you know, maybe the last 2 votes are worth double?
Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left.
We've had it. Every time I press the witnesses for more information, it just makes the situation worse. They can't make me stop pressing. That can't happen.
Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that the more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that be the passenger, sir. The collapsed on the floor, he was. And by the passenger, obviously, you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. Did he? By the other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in his belly. That doesn't make sense, unless you want to tell me that there are 2 stab wounds. What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I had said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind. Gee up now, Silver Blaze, the finish is in sight. Probably like Uma Musume. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means 5 jurors agreed to condemn this man. At least one of them's nice. For now. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, I'm not a piece of shit, like the others. The thing is, I'm a creature of habit. I always go to the park at around this time of day, and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoner's face, as he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Park later and borrow some more bugs? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? Oh no. What kind of man he is? Is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stoned crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Maybe it's a lie. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded.
But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling worth of which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender Magnus MacGilded. But what would MacGilded get out of that? Just because he's angry? I don't know about that. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Mr. Sutton. You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. MacGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? Oh. He's drinking at work. And it's blood. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in the court of law. Aha, there it is. Lord Van Ziek's hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in an unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As a judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. Maybe it'll have his emblem and it'll look very different than the M that we saw. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Okay, let's look at it. Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim owned a considerable sum. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Holmes's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. It's all Holmes. I can read this very clearly. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness. What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Yeah, I wonder where I last heard that one. That's, Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course. But this could be very useful information. I mean, we can't switch pages, so I guess we won't find any other names, will we? 12 gentleman name? Okay. Okay. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. No. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. You've been convinced way too easily. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. Let's not... I don't stand for nonsense. I sit. Well, I mean, it's not over though, right? Is it? Surely there's like a clause that Susato will know about? That was it. The last juror's decision. Save the day. According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty,
Court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote. However, the defense.
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections.
Yes, there are. Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before? The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law, however, the defense? What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded court proceedings, then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. For gods! A summation examination? A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Huh? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. But it still holds. Any modern text of non-British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Nuh-uh. Oh. What even is it, Mr. Sato? This so-called summation examination. It's just a fun rhyme, it doesn't actually mean anything. So, one moment and I read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Huh, typical Nipponese. How many Nipponese do you know? Alright, Mr. Naruto, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? To appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions.
Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose.
Huh?
Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barristers would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Well, I don't have any self-respect, so...
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that, although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruto?
Of course we'll do it.
The summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out, or admit defeat?
Assert our right. We gotta fight for our right to summation examination.
The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord. Your Iggy is not of any value here, Franzieks. London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very high standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried. Nuh-uh. But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with a summation examination.
This is madness. No, this is London.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? I'm not... there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so...
All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. Are they all on that list?
On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
If you can't even defend that, then you're doing a really shit job as a jury. Is this most irregular? No mention was made of this before.
When you were paid off to make a choice. I really don't hold with all this justifying lark.
That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before.
Alright then, the summation examination.
A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it?
Well,
Just maybe.
it might be the opportunity we've been looking for.
To turn this trial around.
So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus McGill guilty of this most serious crime.
Judicial. Something.
Please not save. This first chapter has proven to be much longer than I anticipated.
Oh well.
There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I can't press here.
Address the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers, with fares totaling 20 pence.
He stuck the chap next to him, just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen.
I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. 4 pence. 4 times 4 is... A scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor, huh? It beggars belief.
I feel like you might have your facts not so straight. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments now, do they?
Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them, and use some very persuasive language.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruto. According to my book, that's not quite how it works.
Oh. I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant.
Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they are unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, do you see? So your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
Then what on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruto.
Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea what to make of this work then? How to make this work then?
Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean?
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in this courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other.
I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right.
Just without the pressing, probably. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's alright. Bap, bap. Double stab. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Fancy. Jury examination or something. Okay. Savorizing. The gamerization. Wait, no, wait. She was the one with the... Right. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. Haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. Wait, but let me check something first. Oh, there's a press button. What? But does his ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is? I manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts. I see. A single penny can mean the difference between life and death, after all, can't it? That's the thing in your country? My point is, a man who minds his figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in service would swear to that, sir. Does that bench really need any more polishing? So if the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGillet in the act, I don't doubt it. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish. Ah, now wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, I think. Yeah, okay. I know. Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the juror's statements again, Mr. Nolan. I should dispose of the... I kinda don't like when they do that. Like, you know, when they give it away. I mean, I know it's the first time, and all, but, yeah. The prizes are murder. That's how much it costs to take the omnibus? That's right. As the Good Master, I decided to set a policy for all drivers across the city. One fare, no matter which bus you take or how far you're going. We have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see. Us coachmen have to make it stand together. Motor cars, you say? Yes, and this murder on one of our buses is extremely damaging to our cause. It's beyond the pale. It'll lead to a decline in passengers, you'll mark my words, and it's all that rascal's fault, he has to pay. Is the crime or his buses more, is it the crime or the buses, his buses he's more worried about? Anyway, every member of my guild is reliable and trustworthy. So if the driver says he saw him do it, that fellow in the dock is as guilty as sin. Right. Alright, let's pit him against one another. Pit. Pit from Smash. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, Counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver Blaze's main and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. Okay, so if you have all of those facts, then you must really suck at math. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is, a fair and convenient single price. Just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication... Ah, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. Literally, the figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare. Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger that we've heard nothing about. Good gracious. Armagarn. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men. One and all, trustworthiness is our watchword. Well... The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon?
Mr. Mr. Goodmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus.
Alright then, how do I make this so this miserable trial doesn't end,
Yippee! Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales.
Now hold your horses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo.
Yippee! And now you too, Miss Maid. You were acting on the same assumption, basically.
Ah, this is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Yippee. And now we win, right? Now he's innocent?
For the love of Mike, not you as well.
A penny can be a difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witness again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto, you did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can't force the trial to continue.
2 more, actually.
There's something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions here. There's one that I can definitely think of. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly. We can do it.
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavily on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. Let's just say what he says now.
Beppo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say.
So the next ones that I'm thinking of, which isn't quite as compelling, is this, stabbed from the top, or rather stabbed on the floor, and this from the side. But what are you saying again? You just have the facts and shit. That doesn't really, say much. And no one else inside the carriage. Well, we could put that against what she said before, but it's kind of gone now, so let's just try this. But those 2 statements are completely contradictory.
What? Explain, counsel. Post haste.
Oh, dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
What is all this claptrap?
What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? Well, you'll find out. We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3.
Why? Can't you see I'm busy here?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it?
Want to test me, do you?
Shit. I'm impressed that the lady next to him is not flinching.
It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true.
Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it. It was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor.
Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions.
What? Bless my stitches. What a muddle. Well, what this tells us
is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. No! But why? Why the dickens would they lie? Well, I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh dear me. I can't abide people telling lies, even if they're sweet little lies.
We got him.
The scales.
I don't believe it. Hold it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him. In his black suit, he's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all.
If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this?
Answer me this, Dark Jinx.
Huh? Me?
What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events?
What of it?
Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young lady, Dandy, saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say that didn't happen like that, hmm?
Who are you calling Dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Maybe don't say that in the courtroom. Why are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. Well, that you can do. They are ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Hell no. Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? I don't think it really distinctly mentions. Stabbed once. Okay, well, it does. It absolutely mentions it. It's out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman.
What is it to you? What is it, you Dark Jinx? Come on, out with it.
What you're just suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question.
What are you talking about, man? How could you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job.
Are you, though? I feel like you might actually be bribed or something.
As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your real evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say that two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof.
Easy. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something that he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable, hard evidence. As you wish.
What?
I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that these two witnesses saw two different moments of the crime, proven by
the Schmidt report.
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written there here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once.
Only once?
It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Yahoo! Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruto. We've won. Well, not quite, I'd say. But we've, turned the tables in a way.
What are you playing at, you dandy fool?
Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me.
But we had a consensus.
I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my slot at my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair of his head. Off his head. Please tell me he's the barber. He might be.
Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation explanation has flipped the balance of the scale of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly,
there's no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to advocate, and the trial must continue.
Yippee!
I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to preserve the truth.
Phew.
So, Lord Van Zieks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please.
Uh-huh. Take your time. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. I will not forgive.
Lord Van Zieks.
Brr, is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tone no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence, and I listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Rude. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Have at you. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir, that I did, sir. Oh, of course I heard it.
Oh yes, sir, I heard it.
You, sir, on the end. The coachman, I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, sir, my lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh mio dio. Oh mio dio.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
How about we stop here? Because this is taking a lot longer than I thought. Just the first act, or whatever. And I don't know how much longer it's going to be. So I think this is a decent stopping point. And then we will finish this part of the, of the proceedings and the rest of the case tomorrow, just in time for Metroid Prime 4 the following day. Sounds amazing. That's how it's going to be. So yeah. I'll thank you for watching, hanging out, and, finally getting British with me. For real. I hope you'll join me again sometime. Probably tomorrow. Unless I get involved in the cause of an accident or something. That actually takes time of my night away as well, not just my day. But, yeah. See you then. And, お疲れ様. Bye-bye.